All right, and we're back. That was a little slower than I wanted it to be, so sorry about the silence there for a while. That song that you heard, that's Revenge of the Killer Seagull by Sparrow the Dragoon, one of our mods. He does live DJ streams, and he's got a SoundCloud page with his music if you'd like to check that out. He does a lot of like video game remix type stuff in addition to original tunes. That song was inspired by a mini game called Footbag in California games for the Commodore 64. And it takes a lot of samples from that, but I think it's got a lot of original elements as well. And of course that nod at Battletoads you may have caught, which was mixed in because why not? From what I understand. It fits. It's a great rockin' tune. And there's actually a remixed version of that song that Sparrow has provided me with as well. But I'm gonna debut that here. I mean, it's on his SoundCloud page if you want to go ahead and check it out. If you want to go check it out, you can find it there. But I'm gonna hold off on playing it here for a few nights until we've become more familiar with the original version, so that it has a little more impact, I think. So Battletoads, I've never made it to the credits. I've played it a lot. I've been playing this game like 1 or 2 nights a week ever since the start of the year. I can make it up to stage 11 pretty competently. And then at that point, everything just falls completely apart. I have no idea what to do about stage 11. Sometimes I fear I'm never going to make progress. Looks like the video's a little dark. I'll try and brighten it up just a touch. Hopefully I won't wash it out too much. I gotta go to bed, Buddhafinger says. Good luck on the run. Let me know if you manage that bounty. I think your money is safe, Buddhafingers. I'm beginning to fear that I'm never gonna clear this. But I will do my best, and I'll certainly let you know if anything good happens. I'm playing Battletoads every night this week. Just do it to make it more regular. I'm doing one run at the start of every stream, and if we finish, the thing I've got for the main event on the schedule, like we did tonight, then I might also do a run or two at the end, like we're doing now. But for sure, there's one run at the start of each stream, in hopes that there will be some sort of breakthrough, and I'll make progress. Because I've been in this situation of being able to make it up to stage 11 for several weeks now. And I just, for whatever reason, I cannot figure out stage 11. You'll get those 5 subs eventually. What a glorious day it'll be, Buddhafingers. Sleep well, my friend, though. I appreciate you being here. Always great to have your company. So like I said, Battletoads every night at the start of the stream, but tomorrow night the main event is actually this incredibly wonderful jank plug-and-play device I found called 50 Video Games Included. So far, I think we've played 7 of the 50 games on the stream, and they've all been an adventure. It started off real strong. Some of them are stronger than others. There's no game that's absolutely terrible. Fish Story did kind of break my mind a little bit. I went on a journey with that game and may have had an out-of-body experience while playing it. It was an emotional thrill ride. So I have really high hopes. I have really high hopes for another night with that collection. Hopefully it won't let us down. Thursday night we're doing Contra Hardcore. I'm still working on a first playthrough of that one as well. And Friday night it's going to be miscellaneous Commodore 64 games. I think we're playing something called... Well, we're going to play California games in honor of Sparrow's new song. And I think we're going to try something called Street Beat. And I don't even know what else. I'm open to suggestions. If people have Commodore 64 games they think would be fun to do on the stream, I'm definitely open to hearing suggestions, preferably in the form of a whisper, so I have something to refer back to while I'm doing my setup. I would say just keep in mind that I don't necessarily play all selections or all recommendations in a timely manner, and there is a good chance that if you recommend a game to me, I may end up playing it when you're not around. So, you know, have those in mind when you make a suggestion if you do. "50 videos games included could never let us down," Cal says. So Cal's liked 50 video games included so much that she had to go out and buy a copy of it after the first night that we played it on the stream. Have you played your copy of that yet? It's true, what a great investment. I mean, there's 50 games. You sampled the first 4 or 5, right on. Alright, I cleared the turbo tunnel perfectly on our first run earlier tonight. Fingers crossed for, let's hope I can do it again. I tend to be pretty decent at the turbo tunnel. I'd say probably half my attempts I make it through without losing a life. Usually I only lose 1 or 2 at the most. But this is Battletoads, and it does love to prove the player wrong. My gaming is always so limited, few and far between, Cal says. But that just means I get to enjoy 50 video games included for longer. This is true. That's why I don't like to rush through series of games. You know, like, I love Castlevania games. But and there's a handful of them that I've never played, and I'm not really in a hurry to get to them, because every time I clear another Castlevania game, there's one fewer that I have to look forward to. Because, you know, they don't make them anymore. Not the real Castlevania games that I love. The old 8 and 16-bit platformers. So I gotta, you know, I've gotta be careful not to run out of new ones too quickly. The thing is, if I ever get past Klingerwinger, I'm gonna be pretty good at Battletoads. I'm not, you know, by no means perfect, but I do die, you know, here and there, but especially to some of the bosses. But I think a 1 credit clear is virtually guaranteed if I ever figure out the Klingerwinger. I'm playing real dumb. Jumping on top of shells and ice cubes. It's unacceptable behavior. No! That top spike didn't hurt me. What's going on? I think that spike's just there to scare me. It doesn't actually do any damage. Didn't play that first part very well. I almost forgot to slow down to get those flies. Bummer. This part right here, I never feel like there's much that I can do about getting good at this part. It's so random and janky feeling that I feel very much at the mercy of the game for escaping when it comes to escaping this area. On the one hand, I do think that I am getting through there somewhat consistently, but I feel like my luck is improving more than my skill. I got kind of confused there. Stuck inside the snake for a moment. I feel like this is maybe the part of the game that requires the most, like, the highest level of focus for me so far. Maybe that's why I do so badly at some of the other areas. Angelus, you gonna play Hook on the NES? Right on. I played, I've done the Super NES and Genesis versions of Hook. They're basically the exact same game on the Super NES and the Genesis. There's really no differences worth mentioning. We played them back to back one night. They're pretty short games. I can't really say, I don't really know anything about the NES one though. Oh, hey, we've got more friends coming in. Wonderful. Let's just hang out here a moment and say hello to everybody. It's Upside Down Matt. Welcome in, Matt and friends of Matt. We're going to make you feel at home here for a second. Welcome to Battletoads. NX, welcome in. Shadow, great to have you here. Splinterror, nice to have you. Thank you for joining us. Kung Fu Kaio, welcome in. Please let me know if I blundered your pronunciation there, Kung Fu. If I may abbreviate you to that. Where's this Matt? You got it. Excellent, excellent. How's Battletoads treating me tonight? Battletoads is treating me very painfully. Upside down emote time, guys. Nice. Our the closest thing I've got to that would be the turn the frown upside down emote that we've got there. My friends, if you want to take a moment while we're chin wagging to use that link and give Matt a follow. Matt is a super swell guy. He's got a wonderful stream. He's definitely not afraid to go exploring in the jank territories, and he plays a lot of interesting consoles that I don't see a lot. I feel like I see him playing like 3DO stuff and things that I've never experienced firsthand. So I definitely learn about games whenever I'm lucky enough to be able to catch one of his streams. What were you doing tonight, Matt? I did explore tonight. MSX? That's what Vampire Killer is on the MSX, right? Have you ever played Vampire Killer? That's correct. I know that doesn't really, well, I don't know. I don't really know. I would assume that doesn't qualify as like a super jank title, but a Castlevania. I would assume that, but then Haunted Castle exists, so I know that Castlevania can be incredibly jank when it wants to be. Played Evo, The Search for Eden, one of my favorite SNES games, Angela says. I don't know that one. I have it ready, but it needs its own night. Right on. I hope you get to it, and I hope it's a great night. Battletoads I've been on a long quest with here to answer that question from before a little bit more thoroughly. I've never made it to the credits, so this is technically a first playthrough, even though I've been playing it for months. Was that? Did you redeem that to fix my face cam or to leave it upside down, Matt? I'll do whichever you want. Does it go right side up? Okay, will do, will do. Also my train of thought. Oh, I've been playing this for months. About you know, I tried about about 1 or 2 nights a week, and I can really reliably make it up to stage 11, but I am lost on stage 11. I'm almost to the point where I kind of think I'm gonna have to ask the chat to help me out. I really try and prioritize very strictly blind first playthroughs of games. I'm very reluctant to ever do any research or ask for any help. But, I mean, I've been stuck on stage 11 for 4 or 5 weeks. It might be time to swallow my pride and admit that I need some help. If you've never caught the stream before, my friends, welcome in again. Very grateful to have you come along and to check out what we do here. I hope that you enjoy your time with us. I'm Frownie, of course. I stream several nights a week. I start up around 11 p.m. Central Time, give or take, and go for about 5 to 7 hours typically. I'm a retro guy. I love pretty much anything from Commodore 64 to PlayStation 2 era, with NES to N64 being my real sweet spot. I play newer stuff on the Switch from time to time. We just finished up AO the Clown tonight, which was a jank catastrophe, and very recently just completed my first playthrough of Dark Souls on the Switch, which the strictly blind policy made that a devastating adventure. It took me 200 hours, but I did make it through without ever having to resort to research or help. And it was a really good time. Sometimes I do challenge runs of games. I like these like brutally hard arcade style platformers. Contra, Castlevania, Super Ghouls and Ghosts are among my favorites. I've got a list of the challenges we've done on the About page, but most of the time we aim for deathless runs of those kinds of things, and sometimes stack additional challenges on top, like no items, or you know, whatever feels fun and brutal. And yeah, I've got a real taste for jank trash games, and we tend to play them. We tend to play them all the way through when we play them. I try my very best to take us to credits, if not 100% them. So we've done little mini marathons of like E.T. games, Scooby-Doo games, Powerpuff Girls games. In January we did Tasmanian Devil games. They're all nightmarish. Don't be like Frownie. Tomorrow night we're exploring a plug-and-play that we've been working on every now and then. It's called 50 Video Games Included. And it certainly lives up to the title. I'm very much looking forward to getting back to that one. Ooh, I thought I was going to mess that up. I can't talk and play at the same time. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Kung Fu Kaio. Very pleased to have you come on board with us. Thank you very much for that. And to our new friend who followed just a moment ago, thank you for that as well. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. So far, it's a pretty good run. We lost a couple lives, but whoa. It took me a very long time to work out how to get this one up. I don't know if that's the only way to get it, or if there is a more efficient way, but that's the only way I know how to get it, and it took me a very long time to work that out. I think I might have missed if you said it, Matt, but for the MSX, did you find any treasures tonight? Was anything particularly wonderful or particularly jank? One of the reasons this playthrough is taking an exceedingly long time is because I try to do everything I can in like as old school a way as possible. I use a lot of old hardware. Like we're playing on an actual NES with an actual cartridge and a CRT tonight. So like I never have like any options for like like save states or rewinds and stuff like that. I like the old school punishing approach to games, which means when you're playing something cruel like this and they're limited continues, when I run out, it's back to the start. So I've played through the first I don't know. I played through the first half of Battletoads an astronomical amount of times for someone who's never beaten it. I don't have anything against emulation. I think, it's an extremely valuable tool, and I use it myself when it's the only way I have to play a game. But I'm pretty lucky to have a nice physical collection, and I'm pretty attached to the feel of the old hardware. So I try to use it as much as I can. Sure did. Definitely want to get to that, but I'm locked in Mortal Kombat at the moment. Save state's illegal, Matt says. They're certainly not my preferred way to do things, even if I had access to them. Because I say that, I mean, I still wouldn't use them myself, but I mean, I definitely get, not everybody, has the sort of same amount of time to put into games, so I think that if it's a really challenging game, like I don't really think there's anything wrong with using them to like practice. Though you do miss out on on some of the journey if you do that. But I do, like I have said before, I do really like the process of kind of unfolding a game over time, and how like when it is something with limited continues like this, you play the first few stages again and again, and you start to get really good at them, and then like you get to see more of the game as a reward, And that unfolding process is something that I value a lot. And you do cheat yourself out of that if you use save states, but I mean, different people have different time for things, so. So for practice, I mean, and some people aren't into like challenging, you know, are not into challenging things like other people are. So, you know, if you have to use save states to get through something, and that's the only way you're interested in playing, you know. If I were writing the leaderboard, would I put an asterisk by your name if you use save states to get your win? Of course, but do you necessarily have to care what I think about the way you play games? No. Just make yourself happy. I have not gotten past the Klinger Winger NX. That is Mount Impassable for me. That's what we're trying to do right now, is trying to get there and figure out how to get through it. All right, Matt said, Malaya no Hi-Ho? Hi-Ho? Hi-How? Not really sure. I beat that, took a few hours because of the language barrier, but I enjoyed it. I'm guessing that's a Japanese title. But right on, good on you for making it through despite the language barrier. I don't know that I've ever cleared a game in a language I can't read. I got pretty far in Kid Dracula without being able to read Japanese, which there is one part where the game has a trivia contest in it, or something like that. So working that part out with the language barrier is pretty rough. But I didn't actually beat the game, unfortunately. I ran out of stamina before I could get to the end of it, so I've got to go back and finish that one up. Hey Long, welcome in. Totally agree with the unfolding process. It was how I complete Turtles, and Bart versus the Space Mutants as a kid just kept getting a little bit further. Yeah, there's something really enjoyable about the process of, like, you know, becoming better at a game slowly over time, and then getting to see more of it as the reward. Like, with that in mind, you know, it's a really fun way to play, but it does really hurt when you're in a situation like I am right now, where I've been stuck in the same part for weeks. So I mean, there are downsides. Not everyone loves suffering as much as you do, Frownie. Yeah. The theme of my stream has just become that I am this madman that seeks out maximum levels of punishment and confusion. So I've kind of become a regrettable character. You've got this, bud. Nothing but faith in you. Very kind of you to say, an X. You'll miss this once you finished it, Long says. We'll see. We'll see. I have a feeling I'm gonna go for a 1 credit clear run of the game. Hey, thank you, Long, for the milestone. Thank you for the watch streak. Definitely appreciate how often you've been able to be here with us lately. Thank you for entertaining me. My pleasure. Today, I'm talking about suffering. Today is a sort of an anniversary of sorts. It was 2 years ago, Pi Day. 2 years ago today. Happy Pi Day, everyone. I titled my stream Retro 3.14, not because of Pi Day, but because 3.14 is my percentage probability of being able to beat this game. But this is an important day for me because Pi Day 2 years ago, I played Kirby's Dream Land 2 for the first time. We played it blind on the stream, and Kirby, you see I'm a Kirby fan now. Kirby is the game that broke my mind and made me the monster that I am, that struggles through every game with no help and no hope. Because I got the true ending in Kirby's Dream Land 2, playing through it for the first time in one sitting, one night, and it changed me. Because finding some of those rainbow drops is horrifically difficult. And I can't believe I did it. I missed an extremely... Like, one of them's hard to get on its own just because you have to juggle so many of Kirby's animal buddies. You have to juggle so many of Kirby's animal buddies that the puzzle is just outrageous. But there's another one where you have to go through an 18-room pick-a-path. I don't remember exactly how many rooms. Apparently the game tells you the solution for the pick-a-path, but I didn't find that in the game, and I had to brute force it. And I got out a yellow legal pad, and I wrote out by hand every possible combination of doors and checked them off one by one for hours. So that's what taught me that if I struggle long enough and I'm willing to suffer enough, there's no game I can't eventually clear. And that's why it takes me hours and hours before I'll ask anyone for help with anything. Matt's got to take off. Thank you again for the raid, Matt. Thank you very much, my friend. I really appreciate you bringing your friends by. We will do our very best to take good care of them. I hope you continue to have many more wonderful streams. Hopefully I'll be able to catch you again real soon, my friend. Have a great night. I was in earlier watching your clown game, but I was getting the kids ready for school, so never commented. No worry, Long. Lurks are certainly appreciated. I don't mind, I love having people talk to me, but I don't mind people just dropping in and lurking, having us up in the background. It's perfectly okay. That's what cracked you up? Yeah, Kirby. It was Kirby. That's impressive for one sitting as well. Yeah, I mean, I went into it with the wrong expectations, too. We did both of the Kirby games. We did Kirby's Dream Land 1 and 2 the same night. But I remember going into them and be like, yeah, these will probably be short games. I'll beat each of them in a couple hours. We'll be fine. It'll be no big deal. It was a big deal. It wasn't fine, and I've never recovered. I love it. It was a great experience. Yeah, the first one is really short. I actually need to play the first one again, because I didn't go through the New Game Plus the first time I played it, so I want to play Kirby's Dream Land 1 again, and do 2 loops of it. Yeah, we've done the NES one as well. That one wasn't as rough for me. I went in I went in, like, prepared for the NES Kirby. I was mentally ready for what it might do to me, and so I found it not as difficult, but it certainly did. Like, it certainly was something to 100%. It took me a couple nights, that one. I don't know why I was so determined to do Kirby in one night. to do Dreamland 2 in one night. I don't know why, at what point it became so important to me that I make that happen, but I'm really glad I did, because it was an epic journey of discovery. Kirby's Doorland is what made you the crazy suffering machine you are today. There's a pick-a-path in Kirby's Dream Land 3 as well. That's also, it's not nearly as brutal. I think there's not a hint for that one, though, either. So, like, it's kind of a balance to where it's actually an easier pick-a-path because it's shorter, but it's hard because there's no hint. I don't know when I found out that Kirby's Dream Land 2 tells you the solution. Someone mentioned it to me. I feel like a year after I played the game. Good game, though, the NES one of my favorites. Yeah, so I've played Kirby's Dream Land 1, 2, and 3. I've played the NES game, and I've played the Forgotten Land. I think I've only played those 5. In all of them but the first one, we've gotten the true ending each time. I've never properly 100%ed a Kirby game, because 100%ing Kirby games is kind of weird. Like, I've done, you know, like getting the true ending requires what most games would require for 100%. But from what I understand, Kirby games, like, for true 100% tend to have, like, additional, like, secret objectives. Like, you have to, like, clear bosses damageless or do mini games a certain way or something. I don't really know the details, but I know for a lot of Kirby games, the true 100% is different from the true ending, and I don't know how you find out about the, like, secret stuff. Wow, that's the first time I've lost to that rat in a long time. I've stayed up a whole hour past my debit time because I forgot we're supposed to be saving daylight. Hey, Cows, thank you. I appreciate you staying up. I hope that it doesn't damage your tomorrow, but I appreciate you being here. I hope that you sleep well, my friend. We'll see you tomorrow. I hope you don't get caught in a flood, and we get to have you here for 50 video games included. I'll try to play through Battletoads extra slow tomorrow night to give you some more time. Oh yeah, we're one away from the Klinger Winger. This level is not super bad. It took some learning, but I don't feel like it's a terrible struggle, this level, anymore. The worst thing about this level is when it soft locks. That's the thing that's really unacceptable about it. I've gotten soft lock here at least twice. I heard about another soft lock that can happen. It's never happened to me, but I don't think it ever would because apparently it depends on how you approach the stage 8 boss. And I always approach him the same way, and it's never soft locked, so I think I'm safe from it. But right there, in that part, I've soft locked that at least twice. What's your favorite NES game outside of the obvious Nintendo ones? I have to think about it a bit. I love Ghosts and Goblins. You know, like Castlevania and Contra, you know, I love Super C. Love Castlevania. I love Gunsmoke. Journey to Silius is really good. Ninja Gaiden. I like Bartman meets Radioactive Man. It's a terrible game, but I like it anyway. So those are some, like, definitively saying which is my favorite is really difficult. Fazanadu is really good. I had a lot of fun with that game. And apparently I played through it on super hard mode because I didn't know about something that's broken in the game. But I still had a good time with it. There's a lot of great NES games. Star Tropics was a lot of fun. That's a Nintendo game, though, so I guess that one. But, I mean, that's a weird Nintendo game. I don't feel like you hear people talking about Star Tropics a whole lot. Yeah, the rat. Oh, the rat despawning itself or whatever. It's heartbreaking. Heartbreaking the first time that happened to me. I mean, it's heartbreaking every time. Here we go. I was better than most of my attempts go. Yeah, that's how most of my attempts go. I pretty much fail at that same spot where I just failed 90% of the time. That's the best I've done in a long time. I mean, I've been getting pretty desperate with this part. First attempt was really good. Do that again. I wish I could. Part of my trouble is I have no idea what separates a good attempt from a bad attempt. Like, when I do better, I don't know why I'm doing better. And when I do worse, I don't really know why I'm doing worse. So I'm never learning anything. I'm trying to, like, watch and sort of synchronize my turns with, like, when different parts of the toad touch the corners. Like, maybe when the wheel first touches the wall, or maybe when the handlebar lines up with the corner, or... I'm just trying everything. I guess it doesn't matter. I get the same results no matter what I do. Sometimes I get real far, and sometimes I don't. And I feel like I have the best runs when I'm not trying anything. I feel like I am uniquely terrible at this. I cannot believe there's any other human out there who has played this for as long as I have and made as little progress as I have. And we could test that, because all of my attempts have been on record. There's a video archive of every time I failed this. I've tried, like, turning up the TV and listening for sound cues. I tried playing with a different controller. I don't know what to do. I don't know how anyone has ever figured this out. I'll try taking that into consideration. Let's have some coffee. You're alright, Sarconius. I don't, you know, I'm not really fishing for hints, and I definitely don't want it to open a floodgate, but you're fine, my friend. Let me have a bite of apple here real quick before I try again. An apple a day keeps the big swirly ball away. I would happily eat my weight in apples if it would keep this ball away from my toad. And I'm a heavy guy. People be sending me bags of apples. Good thing I don't have a P.O. box. People have asked me about opening a P.O. box from time to time, but the thing is, like, what people want to send into me is food to try on the stream. Like, they want to send me spicy food and stuff like that. And it's hard to feel safe eating food sent to you by internet people. And it's not like there's any regulars here that I don't think I could trust. But that's the thing about trust, right? Is that you usually don't know who you can trust until you can't trust them. And finding out you can't trust someone by being poisoned is one heck of a way to find out. You know what I mean? You don't want a copy of every Taz game. Why would I want a second copy of every Taz game? I wouldn't need it. Homemade stuff is out of the question. Yeah, I don't think it's something that I don't think it's something that'll ever really happen. I wasn't even thinking about stuff that's just gross. I was thinking about stuff like, you know, I was going to like the extremes of thinking of something that was poison. Well, if you didn't play video games back in the 80s, this is what playing a video game on the NES was like. You run out of continues, and it's here we go again. I'm not even going to think about it. I'm just going to jump right back in before the heartache catches up with me. I forgot you owned all those. Yeah, all the Taz games that we did, those are, I actually bought those for the stream. I already had, like, 2 Taz games, and then I was able to find a bunch of other ones real cheap, so I was like, let's just do it. Let's just do all the Taz games. The thing was that, so we did that for January, for Jankuary, and the thing was, it wasn't even supposed to be all Taz games all month. It's just so many of them took so long that it ended up being only Taz games, because I had plans for other, I had other games picked out to do with them, but they, as Taz does, he just ate up the whole marathon. But that's all right. We've got, you know, we'll do those another time. Thank you for the good run. Thank you for the GG, Shadow. I do see some stuff on in your gameplay on this level. Some stuff I need to improve. Just a bit. It's fraction of a second. That stage is super rough. Well, after Sark mentioned the thing about it, it looked like I was that my inputs were coming a little too early, like that. I do feel like I did consistently a little better. Not a lot, but a little. So, I mean, I kind of think I might, like, I feel like, I don't know, my feeling has been that it's something I am going to have to develop a feel for. And, like, I don't know that it's something that, like, really any intellectual knowledge is going to help me with. I mean, I could be completely wrong. It could be as easy as just, like, oh, if you press the select button at the start of the level, you automatically win. But I don't think that's the case. I don't think there's anything that I need to know so much as I just need to learn the right feel for the level. And I seem not very well suited to it. When I first got into, like, you know, collecting retro video games, I mean, when I first got into collecting retro games, like, I didn't even know emulation was a thing. I think there were people emulating by that time, but I didn't even know it was a thing. Like, physical copies were the only thing I knew about. But I was just buying everything I came across, really, for the longest time. Like, anything I found that I could afford, I would just buy, regardless of whether or not I cared about it. So, like, I would pick up a lot of sports titles and stuff like that, and I was just building the collection just because more games equals good. And at some point I shifted, and I unloaded a lot of sports titles and stuff that I'm not really interested in. Which wasn't a huge percentage of my collection, really, but was, you know, the stuff I didn't need. I unloaded a bunch of stuff like that, and my collection became about, like, trying to buy just things that I genuinely had an interest in playing. At some point, and, like, that I still follow that philosophy, but unfortunately, I mean, everything I buy now is broken trash stuff. because it's cheap, but also because now, like, the category of things I'm genuinely interested in playing includes a bunch of garbage that I'm really only interested in playing because I think it would be funny to play on the stream. So it, like, in a way, like, my collecting has sort of gone full circle to where, like, I was buying garbage and then I stopped, and now I'm buying garbage again. When did you start collecting? I started collecting in the late 90s, shortly before the GameCube came out. The N64 was the current Nintendo console, and I had this thought of, like, I'd really like to have an NES again, because I'd had one, the family had an NES, and my parents got rid of it at some point after we got the Super Nintendo. And I don't remember that happening. I don't remember that being, like, it just quietly disappeared, the NES. And I don't recall ever giving any thought to it or anything like that. But at some point during the Nintendo 64 era, I was like, I would really like to have an NES again. And so I bought an NES from one of my classmates and then just started buying games for it, whatever I could find around. I paid my classmate $20 for his NES. got all the connectors and the controllers and the light gun, and I think 6 games. That was a great $20. Well spent. And I remember my parents being very annoyed. Why would you want to spend money on those old games? We got rid of those. And it was really just about building up NES games at first. And then, and then it was like, well, I might as well get Super Nintendo games and Nintendo 64 games. And then at some point, like, I found a Genesis at a thrift store, and it's like, I could get Genesis games too. And I just started buying everything for everything. After the Super Nintendo, after we got the Super Nintendo, it very quickly became very exceedingly, from the Super Nintendo forward, it was exceedingly rare that I got rid of anything once entered into my collection, until, like I said, I purged a lot of like sports and trash titles at one point. But like growing up, after I got the Super Nintendo, I pretty much kept every game that we got. I wasn't ever big on like trading games in toward other games, like a lot of my friends were. I'd always want to go back and play them again, so I never really wanted to get rid of anything. And we did a lot of like rentals and stuff, so like, for like the, experiencing new games, rental was really my method. I didn't really feel the need to trade things away, because rental was always an option for me. And borrowing. I was a big borrower. I think I have since rebought every game that we had on the NES. I can't say for 100% certainty, but I think I've bought new copies of every game that I had as a kid. And then when the GameCube came out, I went to college during that time, and I stopped playing games when I went to college. I took my Super Nintendo with me to college and played, mostly I played Super Nintendo if I was playing games. I didn't play anything new anymore. So I missed out on, and it's a little bit of an exaggeration to say anything. I did play, some things here and there, but it was very, very, very little. Like, I did eventually get a second-hand Wii, and I played a lot of Mario Kart Wii. And I had a 360. I played some of the Call of Duty games. But it was really only that kind of stuff that I would play socially that I played outside of Super Nintendo. But I never stopped buying games. I kept adding to my retro hoard for all those years. That's how I ended up with so many. Was just because I would keep going out to thrift shops and garage sales, and I would just keep buying everything I came across, even though I was never playing anything. And so that's why I've got this giant wall of games, and I've never played any of them. Which makes the stream very nice. It's very nice to have the stream as an opportunity to work my way through a lot of these now. It's kind of how I ended up with Bubsy in my collection. I blame Matt, Shadow says. And that's awesome. I was really lucky there, because I came like into situations where I could have ended up losing my collection, the vast majority of it pretty easily. I moved overseas a couple times and had to have family store my collection for me while I was away, and I lived through a hurricane that came very near to wiping out all of my possessions. If I hadn't, I was in a situation. I moved. I lived on a first floor apartment in Houston, Texas, when Hurricane Harvey hit, and I moved the night of the hurricane. The next day when I woke up, I was so annoyed. I was so annoyed because they shut the elevators off in the apartment. I moved up to the 3rd floor, but they'd shut the elevators off, so I had to move everything up on moving day up the stairs on my own because none of my friends who said they were going to help me showed up because they were all scared of the hurricane. And the elevators were turned off because they didn't want anyone getting trapped in the elevator if the hurricane took the power out. So I had to go up the stairs all night long. And I was supposed to, it was supposed to be a one night, like I was supposed to get moved in one day. And then like midway, during that night, during the storm or whatever, I was like, oh, we gotta call it quits. I'm done. I've moved everything I can move. I'm done. And I was getting ready to lay down. I told Jelly, I said, you give the dog a bath so that we could take him up to the new apartment. And we just come down and get the rest of the stuff tomorrow. And I went into one of the rooms, and there was a huge puddle on the floor. I was so annoyed. Because I thought, the dog had used the bathroom on the floor. And then I went into another room, and there was a huge puddle on the floor. And I was like, wait a minute. The dog couldn't have done all of this. What is happening? And it was the water from the flood was coming up through the floorboards of the apartment. It was wild. I didn't expect it to happen that way because, like, we live near a drainage ditch, and like I was looking out and watching that drainage ditch fill up throughout the night, and like I could see it rising higher, and eventually it started crawling across the lawn or whatever. But like it didn't look like it was near the complex yet. It was still several feet away, and I was like, well, that's scary, but. It's several feet away. It's surely the water's not going to come all the way over here. Like, I thought I would watch it come up to the apartment building. But no, it started coming up through the floor before that. And I was like, we're not sleeping tonight. We're moving everything. We're moving everything tonight. And that got me back in gear. And we finished that move. And the next morning, when we went down, there were 4 feet of water in our old apartment. So yeah, absolutely anything that we had left behind, we would have lost. But fortunately, all we lost was some things we didn't care about. Some pieces of furniture that we kind of intentionally left behind at that point. Because they were cheap and broken. But someone not quite as lucky as we were, there was a family that moved in next door to us the day we were moving, the day of the hurricane. While we moved out of a first floor apartment, another family moved into one right next to us. We even gave them some of our bookshelves that we didn't want to move upstairs, that we didn't really want anymore. We gave them some bookshelves. But they lost everything that night. So it's very clear to me how lucky I was. But the one extra detail of that story, though, is the reason I was moving that day is because my apartment had been burglarized the month before. So I wasn't exactly moving for a good reason. But I'll definitely take the burglary over the flood. The burglary seemed terrible at the time. It was an awful thing. But it made me move, and I missed a flood because of it, so... I really got a great deal there. I didn't actually have to move my games away from the flood, too, because of that. Because after the apartment was burglarized, Jelly and I, we boxed up all of our valuables and my game collection and gave it to a friend to store at their place. I was so happy my friend's house didn't flood. But I had a friend who was, because you know, even though they didn't take any of those things the first time, and it was unlikely they were going to come back to the same apartment to rob it again. They had kind of cased the place in a way, so I was like, yeah, we're going to get everything valuable out of here until we can move. It was pretty wild. It was quite an adventure. I don't have any of my original NES or SNES carts either, Greg says. Yeah, I have my SNES ones, but my NES ones are all replacements. Yeah, Upside Down Matt brought in a raid for us. We've got a lot of Matt's people with us here tonight. We are very lucky. Got a lot of Sarconius's people too. Sarconius brought in a ton of people tonight as well. So it's been a very fortunate night for us around here. If only the game. If only I could be so lucky with the game. The worst thing about this stream is that Frownie can't beat a game made for children. Matt's a good dude, a wealth of knowledge. That's what I was saying. Matt is always exploring consoles that I've never experienced. So I feel like I learn about a lot of stuff whenever I'm lucky enough to catch one of his streams. Hey, Subject Omega. Did you do the thing? In this game? No. We finished the other game we were working on. AO the Clown is done. Excuse me. Sort of the plan for this week was to try and finish a lot of things, but Battletoads is a never-ending nightmare. And Super Mario Brothers Deluxe has way much more content than I realized going into it. So like I'm not even close to finishing that one. But we did. What? No, I fell through the snake. What are you doing to me, Battletoads? I object. Hey, Arkanoid Addict and Hrafnir, thank you for being here, friends. Hope you're doing well. I saw yellow there for a moment. I thought that was a cheese emote. And I thought, if only I discovered my own personal cheese for Battletoads. and I could make this game suffer the way that it has made me suffer. If only I could get my revenge. Yeah, I didn't like that. I guess it's because I was standing too near to the edge of the snake, but I really don't think I should have fallen through it like that. I think that was uncalled for. I object as well. Thank you. I'm grateful to have you on my side. I hope you're doing well, Subject Omega. Hope you're having a fine day. Maybe a game made for children, but the devs obviously thought a lot of child's gameplay skills. Yeah, I'm definitely wording it like that for comedic value. This is definitely a game I fear trying to do a deathless run of. Yeah, I don't know about a deathless run for me. I think a 1cc will be easy to do if I ever figure out the Klinger Winger. Because I can get all the way there on a single credit, and I just have to think how hard could the rest of the game possibly be after that. So I think I'll be able to do a 1cc. It may be a foolish thought, but I that's what I think. A deathless run though, I don't know about that. Are we doing warpless as well? I don't even know anything about the warps, Subject Omega. No warps, no glitches, no tricks. It's all just Frownie alone with his brain. I'm trying to do it as legit as possible, so even if I do find a warp, I'll refuse to use it. Which means I think I'm better off for not knowing them, because it would probably hurt a lot more if I had to pass them. All the snakes. The game wants me to do more than all the snakes. It's setting me back, dropping me through them so that I get the chance for repeats. Things are definitely going fine. That's good to hear. It's good to hear. Oh, you said you've fallen through that snake a few times as well. I'm sorry to laugh at your misfortune, but I am. It is comforting to know that you know my pain firsthand. I never played through this game, never wanted to. Heard so many bad things about the game, even back at that time. Did not make me want to play it. Hey, welcome to the stream, our new friend. Thank you for the follow. Pleasure to have you on board. I hope you're having a wonderful night. Whoa. I've been in this situation though where I'm pretty good at the first 10 stages. You know, clearly not perfect. There are deaths and errors, and there's stuff even that like I know I could do better if I just got better at certain parts. Like some of the bosses, I think I could. The boss on stage 8, I think if I figured it out, I could be a lot more aggressive with that guy, and I could kind of stun lock him by juggling him. And I'm just not there with it. Like I just need to practice him more. So like there's things I definitely know that I'm doing suboptimally. But with that in mind, still, I think I'm pretty good at the first 10 stages. But I've been stuck on stage 11 for weeks. I almost missed that. Back in the day at this time, it seemed like the only good reviews this game got was Nintendo Power Magazine, where every game gets a good review, Greg says. So I didn't know, like, I mean, I don't even know when I knew Battletoads existed. I might have played some of it as a kid. I don't really remember. But, yeah, I was really disconnected from any sort of, like, gaming media, like Nintendo Power and, like, the TV shows that people used to watch about video games and stuff. I missed out on a lot of that kind of stuff when I was young. So, I mean, I didn't really hear much about Battletoads until later, and most of the people that I heard about it from are, like, basically just telling me how hard the game is. Was really what I heard over and over again, and then from people that I know like, you know, like some of the games that I also like that are really hard, they tell you, oh, it's brutally hard, but it's really good. And so you know, most of what I heard has been positive toward it. The Stormtrooper guy, he's a cheater. He is. He cheats in a couple different ways. First, he stun locks you with his bullets. So they're timed, so you're almost guaranteed a death unless you're really close to him when you get hit. And also, he can flatten you when he's in the air, when you're both in the air. And physics don't work like that. You can't smush an object from one side. Not at the rates of speed that we're traveling, at least. You know, yeah, if you're really big and going really fast, you can smush an object from one side, but he is neither large enough nor fast enough. It's an excellent game, definitely a masterpiece on the NES. If you consider difficult bad, then I guess I understand, as Shadow says. I mean, I'm not going to say it's perfect. There are definitely, like, there are definitely legitimate complaints to make about this game. But, those kind of things, those kind of things don't really bother me. I do think it's a really good game for me, but I can see someone not liking it in ways that are other than it's just purely hard. But it definitely is. Like, you have to like hard games to like this. I don't think there's anyone out there who hates hard games that's gonna like Battletoads. No, difficulty does not make a game bad, provided it's fair difficulty and not based on jank programming. Infinite combos, yeah. He smushes me when he starts double jumping, yeah. I only had a few Nintendo Power magazines myself. Most of the money back then, late 80s, early 90s, was going toward concerts, cassettes, and t-shirts. Rat, Motley Crue, Def Leppard, etc., etc. Most Nintendo Power issues I saw were friends' copies. Yeah, my cousin had a subscription to Nintendo Power at one point, and I would look through his, but that was later on. In fact, that was after Nintendo 64 was a thing, because I specifically remember that one of the issues he had was the 100th issue. Where they ranked their 100 top Nintendo games, and I know that there were definitely Nintendo 64 games on the list. I missed N64 for the first 2 or 3 years until Ocarina of Time came out. That's when I bought mine, Greg says. I got the Nintendo 64 at launch. I got one of those tapes in the mail to build hype for the NES, and it worked for me, or the N64, and it worked for me. I didn't have a subscription to Nintendo Power, so it's weird that they sent me a tape. I think they sent me the tapes because they also sent me the tape for... I got 3 of them. I got the one for Donkey Kong Country. I got the one for the Nintendo 64. I don't remember what the other one I got was. Maybe I only got 2. And I had a friend, I think I had a friend who had the Star Fox one and the Diddy Kong Racing one. Yeah, so I think I only had 2. But it's weird that they even sent them to me, because, yeah, I didn't have a Nintendo Power subscription. But I think it was because... when the Super Nintendo came out, I think my parents bought the Super Nintendo with like a... I think it had like a mail-in thing to get a free copy of Mario All-Stars mailed to you, and I think doing that put us on the list for video game tapes, because we got Donkey Kong Country, and that tape worked on me too. I had to have that game. I watched that tape all the time. And it didn't disappoint. I love Donkey Kong Country. Fun game. A lot of good times there. And then I got the one for Nintendo 64, and I got the Nintendo 64 at launch. I knew it was coming. I saved up for it. And it was fantastic. I was angry at Nintendo, Greg says, because they didn't have the backwards compatibility with the Super Nintendo. Specific question that has nothing to do with any of this. Have you ever played a racing game called Wreckfest? It's a game I've been eyeing, but I want other people's opinions on it. I'm sorry, I can't help you, Subject Omega. I've never tried it. I don't believe I've ever even heard of it. Sounds like Demolition Derby. But, yeah, I'm sorry, I haven't played it. Some people never sleep. Welcome in, Conga. Is that an accusation? I feel targeted. And I assure you, I definitely do sleep. Oftentimes too much. I slept too much last night. Kind of messed up today for me. But c'est la vie. There's always tomorrow. If it's an accusation, it's toward me too. Fair enough. Love Nintendo, but a backwards compatibility is not something they've excelled at. No. Their record for it's not terrible. But it's not great. It was pretty bad, then it got better, and then it got not great. That's kind of how backwards compatibility has been for Nintendo. From not existent to got better to not great. Handhelds they did pretty good with. The handheld backward compatibility they did very admirably with for quite a while, but that only gets them so many points when we're considering, you know, everything overall. What sleep, Greg asked. Something I have mastered as I've gotten older, Conga says. By master sleep, you mean overcome the need for it, right? It's made by the Flat Out devs, specifically 1 and 2. The idea of the racing game is that the vehicles can take damage and even be destroyed, which eliminates you and an opponent. When your vehicles take damage, it makes it harder to drive. I mean, that sounds exactly like Destruction Derby. Is that perhaps the same game in a different region? I hated naps when I was young. Now they're one of my favorite things, Conga says. I don't know what Flat Out is, though, so that doesn't... I did think about that, but that doesn't answer that question for me. There's a normal racing mode and a Destruction Derby mode? Alright, they're probably not the same thing, then. But they do sound very similar in principle. For what it's worth, I like the game Destruction Derby quite a bit, but it is thin on content. I hated naps when I was young. Now they're one of my favorite things. I've become Sleep's willing subject. I considered getting Wreckfest for my birthday last month, Conga says, but ended up not doing it. I've been to one Demolition Derby and I absolutely loved it, Conga says. We used to do that about once a year when I was a kid. There'd be a Demolition Derby, and my folks would take me to it. I only have pretty vague memories. I recall enjoying it, but I can't remember it very clearly. I can kind of remember, like, you know, like, I have lots of, like, specific but disconnected, like, imagery that I can remember from the event. I can see some things. I can kind of remember, like, you know, like the smell of the place and like the sort of rumbling that I would feel sitting in the stands as the cars are driving by and crashing. I can pull up a lot of like pieces of it. It definitely made something of an impression, but I think I was really young, so it's not held together very well, all the, like, little separate parts of the experience. I could write a poem about it, but I wouldn't be able to write a very good, like, descriptive essay about it. Flat Out's a series of action, demolition derby / racing video games created by Finnish independent video game developer Bugbear Entertainment. Wii game, Flat Out 3 and Flat Out 4 aren't exactly that good according to word of mouth, mainly because the original devs weren't the ones who made them. Taking a fender to the head can really fuzzy your memory. Oh. Perhaps that's how I came to be as unclever as you will find me on the stream. I don't know if you saw Conga, or if you'll be able to be here, but I'm doing Commodore 64 games on Friday this week, and I was wondering if there was one you might want to mention to me that I can check to see if I can put on the list of ones to do. I think we're doing California games and Street Beat for sure. But I haven't made any solid selections for any of the other ones yet. But as the C64 is so dear to your heart, and especially as BC's Quest was such an amazing game, I'd be happy to hear a suggestion from you. that goes for others as well. If you are a C64 enthusiast and would like to recommend a game to me, I prefer to have the recommendation in a whisper so I could refer back to it when I'm actually doing the setup. But if there's something you'd like to maybe point me toward, I'd be happy to take a look at it. Just keep in mind that, one, I don't necessarily get around to playing all the suggestions. And two, I'd like to try and play people's suggestions when they're here, but it's definitely not guaranteed. I could very well end up playing a game you suggest when you're not around. And I do feel somewhat bad for doing that, but at the same time, it's very difficult to remember everyone who's suggested everything to me. And a lot of times people make the same suggestions, so... You know, aligning that for everybody who's suggested the same game doesn't really work. So keep in mind, sometimes satisfaction is just not guaranteed. Play Skater Die, Sparrow says. Welcome back, Sparrow. I'm glad BC changed your life too. BC was a lot of fun. I like games like that have a I like games like that have like a clear objective and a definitive ending sort of point. I know BC loops, but it sort of tells a complete story if you complete one loop, and like I feel good about that. You know, like Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong loops forever, but it tells a 4-stage story, so if you clear 4 stages, like, you can feel complete. And I like games where that's a possibility. It's not something that necessarily has to be. I also like a lot of the, like, one-screen kind of platformers on the C64. I currently identify Dino Eggs as being my favorite C64 game. But, you know, variety is the spice of life, and I definitely need to, to be willing to branch out and try weird things that I otherwise might not. But yeah, a suggestion or two from anybody who wants to give me a suggestion, always welcome. With the aforementioned caveats in mind. Hey, welcome in. I might pronounce this wrong. Foenragen? Apologies if I blundered that. I welcome correction. But either way, I hope you're enjoying yourself. Thank you for joining us. Play the NES game, the Fester's Quest game on the NES. Sadly, when it comes to basically anything that's not the C64, I'm kind of limited to games I physically own for the time being, and that's not actually one that I have. If they made a port of it for the C64, I can look for it though. It'd probably be just as terrible, if not worse. I've heard that game is not admirable. Oh, I'm dead. Finragon. Rhymes with Pendragon. Or just Finn? That makes sense because it looked like you notice I struggled for a moment. I was thinking Phoenix. If only I were a bit more literate. I forgot that rubber ducks are the most dangerous enemies. That's part of what makes them so dangerous, Subject Omega. You never expect them. I'm impressed you're still on, Frownie. I got lucky and we had some rather sizable raids come in from Sarconius and Upside Down Matt. So I wanted to keep people entertained. I figure I'd keep going for a while yet and just suffer through some more Battletoads. If people are having a good time, I'm not gonna shut the party down on them just yet. A friend came over, Sparrow said, no worries, drift in and out as you please. I try to not be too jealous of people's time and attention. I vividly remember going to the store to try to get Skater Die, but they didn't have it, Conga says. You may have lucked out on that one in the long run, right? I don't really know much about that game. Rat race it is. Back in a bit. Hopefully we'll get to see you again, Subject Omega. Third rat is so fast, I know. My name's just weird, all good. Thank you, Finn. I'll just kind of mention to get people caught up to speed. Battletoads, I've never beaten this game. I've been working on it all year so far. I've been playing it once or twice a week. And I've gotten better and better at certain parts of it, but Klingerwinger is my real kryptonite. I'm having tremendous trouble figuring out how to clear that level. And since I try to do things blind with no help, I know there are people going crazy who probably want to tell me how to do it, but... And I'm almost there. I'm almost at the point of letting people, but I'm trying to hold back, because I really like to figure stuff out, but I think it might be beyond me. I've been stuck at Klingerwinger for weeks. So it definitely doesn't look like a first playthrough anymore, but it technically is. Until I reach the credits for the first time, no matter how many times I restart, I consider it a first playthrough. I literally know nothing about the C64. So yeah, the C64 is an old microcomputer from the early 80s. My dad had one when I was a kid, and so the very first games I played were all Commodore 64 games. Ghostbusters, Donkey Kong, Dino Eggs, Facemaker, Congo Bongo, Jungle Hunt, Summer Games. Those are some of them. There's probably a lot more. There are games that I never figured out how to play too. Like there was a game called Mule that I think was about traveling to the moon, and something called O'Reilly's Mine that I never could figure out how to play. There was this weird alien game that my parents copied the code out of a magazine that we had. I don't remember what it was called or if it even had a name. It's just something that they typed up together. Popeye. This one I had. Apple Cider Spider is one I remember fondly. But it's kind of like, the Commodore 64 is kind of like halfway between the Atari 2600 and the NES. I sort of look at it like so far as like the type of games it has. It's really kind of between those two, and it's like strengths. And I'm really nostalgic for it. It's the only computer games that I'm nostalgic for, because after the Commodore 64, I only played games on consoles from then on, and almost exclusively Nintendo. So I like to venture out into other consoles, non-Nintendo consoles from time to time. But I don't really do any computer games except C64. It's fun. It's the best gaming machine ever made, Conga says. I appreciate that statement, Conga. I would be completely incapable of defending it. Oh my goodness. I was a Nintendo kid starting with the NES. Thanks for relating the C64 to that Atari. Oh, no problem. No problem. And yeah, after we had the C64, we got an Atari 2600. And we had for a little while, but I remember nothing about it other than having it. I couldn't tell you a single game that we owned. It's very weird that my memory of it is just so non-existent. But we did have one, and then we got an NES, and after that I was all Nintendo all the time from the NES forward. No residual trauma from owning the Atari ET game. So I definitely didn't have or even know about that game when I was a kid. I have played it on the stream. It took me 12 hours to beat. It was an ugly playthrough. I had stunning amounts of bad luck with that game. I own ET for the lulz, Rafnir says. I'm gonna have a bite of apple real quick before we continue. Commodore 64 had one of the best sound cards ever, Conga says. You can work magic with the Commodore 64, as Sparrow has proven. I was just listening to my bestie tell me his C64 story from when he was a kid. His older brother had it before him, and he inherited it. As usual, he came up with a bunch of games I knew and a bunch I didn't know. Always fun to chat about, Sparrow says. Are we all ready? Long asks. I'm never going to be ready for this level. Did your parents play games too? My dad played games a bit. He and I would play NES and Super Nintendo games a lot. He kind of stopped around Nintendo 64. My mom, not really. think she and my dad would play arcade games sometimes. When they were dating, I think they used to play Miss Pac-Man a lot. But she never. I don't think I ever saw her playing a video game at home. Ever once. I had a 2600, but used to play on my neighbor's Amstrad 464, Long says. I don't know. I don't really know what that one is. E.T. is an under a 10-minute game. Oh, yeah, it's an incredibly short game. But, you know, for a while, it was taking me a while to figure out how to play the game. I think, in my defense, for a while, I don't really think I knew what I was doing, and then I just got bad luck all the time. I think I kind of knew going in some of the stuff about what the game was like, because, you know, everyone knows about E.T. just from gaming internet culture, so I knew some of it, but I don't know, it's just bad. I'm not good at that game. That game is bad. That game is mean to me. I had E.T. as a kid. I beat the game regularly. I don't think it's too bad. It's definitely not good, but nowhere near worth its reputation. I would agree with you, Shadow, if I didn't get so bad at it. If I didn't perform so bad at it for so long. But that game tortured me so much. I feel like I got to a point where, like, the last couple hours while I was playing that game, I kept saying like I have developed the maximum amount of skill you could have at this game. Like, I knew everything to do, and I just couldn't make it happen. I would keep getting surprised by the FBI guy, like, wrapping around the screen or camping me on the next screen where I'd run into him, and oh, bad times. But it is a stunningly short game. My mom and I used to play 2-player on the original Mario Brothers. She still does play it. Wrecking Crew and Kid Icarus, Greg says. The biggest issue, it's obtuse how you play it, especially for that era. Awesome. I play SMB with my mom too, right on. Loved it as a kid, Conga says. Most games back then were cryptic. I've seen so many worse 2600 games, Conga says. I would probably think more highly of E.T. if that were the case for me too. My, like, you know, experience with the Atari 2600 is only limited to like a dozen or so games, so, and mostly ones I've played because I've heard how good they were. So E.T. is in an unfortunate position where the competition is very fierce. No, I knew I was going to mess up. My thumb was misaligned on the D-pad, and I knew I was going to get destroyed because I had to move it to make before I could make the next turn. And you saw what happened to me. I just want to be able to pull away from this thing so badly. I wish I could go faster. There's a lot of shovelware on the 2600. No! I've only ever made it that far once before. So I was seeing stuff that I've only ever seen one time. That was so unusually good for me. That's dangerous. That's the kind of thing that starts to give you false hope. Hope is a very dangerous emotion. Best run I've seen, and I've seen a lot of runs. I've done better than that one time, but only once. And only by a little bit. I have two older siblings, so I inherited the 2600 from them. I like to stream some 2600 games, but I need to mod it first. I'm imagining you're thinking about doing an HDMI mod. With component cables, looked around for HDMI, couldn't find anything. You'll definitely get a better picture than me. Because I just capture the RF signal. That's not entirely true. I run it through the TV, so it's RF in, but it's composite out that I capture. Not that it helps the video quality or anything. It still starts off as RF and looks like it. Sorry, let me get caught up here. I try to read everything that everyone has to say. Sometimes I do fall behind when we've got a lot of activity and the game is super demanding. But I'm going to do my best to try and at least, at least read for myself what everyone's saying. If I can't read everything out loud or comment on it, apologies. River Raid. I've heard that one's good, but haven't played that one. One of the best. Just wish it had an ending. No spoilers, Conga. You're fine. You're fine. I'm making a joke. Everyone knows Conga's track record with Atari spoilers. I'm the oldest of my siblings. I usually got my consoles when I got a new one, Greg says. I'm the oldest of mine, so I have a younger sister. But she never got any of my games as hand-me-downs. She never really was as interested in it as I was. She would spend a lot of time watching me play games, but very little time playing. She plays games now, but she likes games that are... She likes, like, farming sims, and, like, she likes Harvest Moon. She likes, Ace Attorney. Like, she likes games that have a lot of story. They're real talky, and, we're very different. We're very different in our gaming tastes, in a lot of ways. She does, like, some... Like, she likes Mega Man, so she does like some of the stuff. We do have some overlap, but... Retron made an HDMI 2600 that takes physical carts, but I went through 3 of them, and they all couldn't play certain games. That's unfortunate. I run my NES into a SCART splitter and put one part in my capture card and the other on my TV. I just run all my retro stuff. I just run into the TV and then out, just on composite the whole way through. I'm not really big on, like, the video quality. It doesn't matter to me that much. If it looks close, if the capture looks close as good to as good as it does on the CRT, I'm fine with that. I like the old TV and that kind of stuff. You had a friend who blinked at the corners? You know what, Shadow? I've kind of been doing that. I don't know if you, like, I've kind of been doing that. Just by, like, I don't know, instinct. I've been blinking at a lot of the corners, and I feel like it's been bad for me. So Finn, I'm not really sure how it works. Just the TV on the back has, video out, and it comes out and it has an option for composite video out. So whatever appears on the screen will come out into my capture. So there's something in the TV that's able to convert it. I don't know if all TVs, necessarily can do it, but... Once again, I failed you, Conga says. Yeah, all my mods have commands. I am a cautionary example. Some of them more flattering than others. I have 3 younger brothers. They all like Zelda and Metroid games too, Greg says. Right on. We have different connections here in the UK. I think it looks good. It's hard to get that original capture. You have good capture when there are lines moving through the pause screen. Thank you, Itty, and welcome in. Hey, that just means you guys are getting an authentic experience. This isn't about watching games upscaled in 4K. This is about watching games like they looked in the 80s. When we're really lucky, you even get a lot of snow in the image. Hey, Title, welcome in. You have ended up here. And I'm lucky to have you. Now, for whatever reason, I'm just not like the huge like video guy. I've been really slow to like update my TVs and stuff like that. It took me forever to buy a flat TV. I've always been happy with the old box. Welcome in, is that BIOS Life G? I believe it is. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. I'm getting crushed by some Battletoads, as is what usually happens when I play Battletoads. I'm getting I want to say I'm getting a little better at this, though. I want to say my average run is getting a little further than it was last time. It's not great, but even making it over there is technically an improvement. Left a lurk last night in another stream, not associated to Frownie in the least. They were about to raid someone who wasn't you like 8 hours ago. I ended up here anyway. Then perhaps you're the lucky one, Title. It was destined to be. This is the place to be. Thank you, Log. Just a thing he would do, very unusual. I've never heard of anyone doing anything like that for this level. It's just a superstition on his part. Games in Frowntown. Just as fuzzy, just as lost. Make that 11 hours ago. All Twitch begins with Frownie and ends with Frownie. This is the truth. This is my belief, at least for now, Title says. You know that game 7 Steps to Kevin Bacon? There are always 7 or fewer raids to Frownie, and he says. If only I could be so lucky. Like holding certain buttons when catching Pokemon. Nope. Ooh, we made it back over there. This one's not going so good. Viking frogs. Oh, I like it, Demon Fighter. Welcome in. They need some beards and those helmets with the horns on them, which I hear are not actually historically accurate, but I still love. The classic Viking horn helmet. Hey, Long, you're welcome to join the Discord. Do I have a mod that can send a invite link? I can try, Conga says. I'm part of the majority who never got past stage 3. Stage 3 is a stage. I mean, that turbo tunnel is nothing to underestimate. It is brutal. Kirby Beanie, hey, thank you, Bios. Yeah, I'm a big Kirby fan. I'm somewhat new to the Kirby series. I've only played 5 games, but the 5 I've played, I've loved. I went for the true ending every time. Except maybe Kirby's Dream Land 1. I didn't play the New Game Plus of that. But I played Dreamland 1 through 3. I did the NES game and the Forgotten Land. Wonderful games. Love them. Love them. It's actually, I've mentioned a couple times, actually kind of an anniversary for me. Because I played Kirby's Dream Land 2 on Pi Day 2 years ago. And Kirby's Dream Land 2 changed my life. That game, some would say for the worst. That game turned me into a monster. Because I played through that game, I did it for the first time ever, one sitting, completely blind, true ending, and it was a struggle beyond all compare. It was the most... It was a crucible. Agent Frownie died and was rebirthed from the ashes that day. And now I'm a monster who plays every game blind, with no research and no advice and no help, because Kirby taught me that if I'm willing to suffer for long enough, I can overcome any obstacle, no matter how cryptic. That's a bad lesson to learn. Because one of those rainbow shards, you have to juggle like all of Kirby's friends. And that was a monster to work out how to get that one. That took hours. And then it got even worse because there's a pick-a-path where you go through an endless series of rooms. And apparently the game tells you the order that you're supposed to go through the doors, but I missed that part. And I got out a yellow legal pad. And I spent hours brute forcing every possible path through that pick-a-door. And it was excruciating. We did Silent Hill. I think I did that one blind too. I don't remember if I ever had to ask for help in Silent Hill. I don't remember ever asking for help. But oh boy, yeah, some of those parts. We've done Silent Hill 1 and 2. So yeah, Kirby just changed me. It made me weird. And now I have to suffer and struggle through every game I play. But I love Kirby for it. Kevin Bacon game is easy now. Just get to Batman and you can go anywhere from there, Long says. You stole the B button so hard, I swear it worked. Viking Frogs. Discord, I'm just catching up here, sorry. These practical matters are Cal's forte. All right, if Conga, if you can't get the link sent, then I'll do it after the stream. We'll get you an invite link long, one way or the other. It is helpful if you have the ability, if you want a Discord invite. It is helpful to me if you whisper me first, like Discord ? Or something, because I can be stunningly forgetful. But we would definitely like to have you in there with us. But I don't put the link out because I don't want it to be. I don't just put the link out because I don't want it to be caught up in the VOD, and I want to make people jump through one hoop to ask for it and get it in person, just so I can, so I can have an idea of when people are coming in, so that my mod team doesn't have to get overwhelmed. Kirby beanies coming to you, being shipped right on. I love Kirby. I love to hear it. Where's the name Agent Frownie come from? You seem like a happy sort of dude. Thank you, Finn. We are going to make another run at Battletoads here, by the way. I am going to play it again. It's an epic stream. We're going forever. And I'll answer that question in just a moment. That's a little bit longer, so I'm going to keep on. I'm going to keep catching up here real quick. Dream Course. I played a little bit of that. Never made it all the way through. It's hilarious with a friend. Yeah, my cousin had it. We played it a little bit. I think we were bad at figuring out how to play it, though. There's some really bad Kirby games out there. I've heard that title. I hope you get into Superstar at some point. An old favorite, he says. I think, is that on the Super Nintendo? I might have that one. He's so cute, so adorable, made me love him. One piece sitting. I don't know what made me do it in one sitting, but I felt like I had to. And yeah, it was an experience. The more monitors I have, the more I multitask, and the more I multitask, the more monitors I need. That sounds like a good problem. I learned that lesson from Zelda 2 and Castlevania 2, Greg says. It's quite the lesson to learn. Were you punishing yourself? People often think that's what I'm doing on the stream. Kirby ruined Frownie, but his love for it. Stockholm Syndrome. It's kind of made my stream a project where like, I really, I really kind of hang my hat on the whole trying to do everything blind sort of thing, which means a lot of my streams devolve into confusion and struggling, and they become a nightmare. But I feel so great when I'm able to overcome something, when I'm able to figure it out from the game itself. And that's something that, like, I do sometimes eventually crack and ask for a little bit of help from the chat, but I try to keep that to just 2 or 3 times a year. Because I love the mind expanding that I feel like takes place when I actually am smart enough to figure something out, or lucky enough to accident my way into the solution, which is what really happens. The clock in Silent Hill 2, why can't you break the glass pane? I managed, Conga says. Thank you, Conga. Long doesn't like Kirby. Knife in my heart. Yeah, I thought you were joking there. Superstar, it's the one I played the most. My favorite by far, Finn says. Finishing up at work. Good night, all. Good night, Harafnir. Thank you for being here. Frownie, how difficult can I make this game for myself? Yeah, it's a joke, but it's also true. It's super good. Also the first game I remember my dad surprising us with, even though he didn't like video games. Nice. That's kind of where my love for Super Ghouls and Ghosts comes from, Eddie. I mean, I definitely played that game with my dad, and he kind of liked video games. Not as much as I did, but that's a game that he got for me, like, as a surprise, and look forward to seeing you do a Kirby stream. Oh, we'll definitely do Kirby games. I've got a couple on the Game Boy I've never played before. I might play that one that just came out on the Switch. Now that I'm done with Dark Souls and AO, I don't have any Switch projects on the stream currently, so we might do that one. I know it's kind of new and people might be kind of sick of it, but I want to play it. So, only game that ever caught my dad's interest was SOCOM, since he had trained to be a Navy SEAL. Can't say that I've played much of those. My dad would play the platformers with me, though. He liked Mario games. The 8 and 16-bit games. We played a lot of platformers together. Mostly the Mario stuff. Alright, Agent Frownie, to answer your question there, Finn, I remembered. So Agent Frownie is something that came from a joke between me and my best friend in high school. I described my friend from that time as a guy. He had a lot of amusing bad luck in a lot of like kind of harmless ways that were always funny, and we were joking about him. I like to say that if he's the kind of guy that every time he dropped a piece of toast, it would land on the floor butter side down. But so one day in our math class, I drew this little comic strip to kind of explain why my friend had bad luck, and in the comic, the point was that there was this invisible frowny face with arms that floated around like a spirit, manipulating situations to cause my friend to fall into bad luck. And this frowny face had been sent on this mission in particular, and so he was called Agent Frownie. And just my friend liked it. He thought it was hilarious. He started drawing Agent Frownie comics about himself. And we would just draw these little comics and pass them back and forth in class. And then just because I always like to tell really bad puns and make jokes that would annoy him and make him roll his eyes. Over the course of our friendship, you know, the joke came to be that I am the real Agent Frownie that torments him in his daily life. And then when I decided I wanted to do the stream, I needed a name that, like, you know, I wanted something I could put across a couple platforms that I might want to use, and so Agent Frownie came to my mind, and it was available, and so thus Agent Frownie rose again. And it's convenient because in the comics that we drew, Frownie was very often like disguising himself or wearing costumes and stuff. So for my little like piece of artwork to go in the empty space, it was like, oh, that's convenient. That's like nobody will know or care, but that's actually in keeping with the character that he would be dressed up a lot of the time. I still have a lot of these comics. I don't really have a way to share them, and the overwhelming majority of them will make no sense. I mean, some of them don't make any sense to me, and like, I wrote them because they're all filled of like inside jokes from when I was in high school. that I don't even have the Rosetta Stone to decipher them anymore. But I do have a bunch of them. At some point, I will scan them and put them in the Discord, but I don't actually have a scanner, so I've been real lazy about it. But I know that some people are curious, and I will share some of them. Some of the ones I drew. I don't necessarily know that I want to share, like, my friend's work, you know, without his knowledge or permission. Not that I think it's anything valuable, but it feels weird nonetheless. I have most of. I don't have every one that we ever drew because I remember ones. I remember ones that we drew that I don't have. I don't know if my friend would have them or not. We don't really keep in touch. We kind of lost track of one another after high school. Like, we were always friendly toward one another, but we didn't live in the same areas. We went to different places for college. I moved overseas and lived all around the country for several years, so I've had a real hard time, like, keeping in close contact with a lot of people. We're undoubtedly both very different people now, but you know, I would still think of him as a friend, probably. I'm certainly grateful for all the good times we had together. I want a hardbound anthology of them. They're kind of like, they very quickly devolved from being like tellings of things that actually happened to my friend to just basically being like itchy and scratchy type comics where Agent Frownie could kill my friend in amusing ways. They started off being real world kind of thing, but then they just quickly devolved into like spy versus spy. Did the teacher ever catch you guys passing notes? Not in a memorable way. If it happened, like, you know, it wasn't like something that like we got in trouble for or anything like that. We might have just been, you know, just told to knock it off, but no bird. I like that. I like that emote. That's a Rush Pirate one? That's good. Alright, let me get caught up here real quick. Used to play SOCOM 2 on the PlayStation 1. From Dark Souls to Kirby. Dark Souls was fun. That was an adventure. Dark Souls took me... I just finished Dark Souls. I'm very proud of it. It took me almost 200 hours. But I got through that one pretty much perfectly. I never had to do any research or ask for any help. It meant that we spent several nights on the stream doing nothing. Absolutely nothing. I would spend 5 and 6 hour stretches just walking the game, hitting every wall, like praying for an invisible wall. Figuring out how to walk across that one piece of scaffolding in Anor Londo took me forever to figure out. I ran out of transient curses and couldn't fight the ghost for like 2 weeks until I finally realized that I should go and let the frogs curse me in the sewer, and they did, and that worked. That was mind-blowing. Ugh. I spent 120 hours with an egg on my head stealing half of my souls, and I had no idea it was happening, and no one in the chat could tell me. Oh, and apparently it was a big mistake that I was using a raw weapon for almost half the game. But no one got to tell me that either, so I lived with that. Basically, after I reached the credits, someone told me I fell for every noob trap in the game, so that's something. Hey Ricky, welcome in. We're going extra long tonight. I normally wouldn't stream this late, But I just had a really good run at Klinger Winger, so I kind of want to try it again. And I got a lot of great people keeping me company that gives me the motivation to stick with it a little longer. So good for so many reasons. The icon stands out on both video thumbnail and the profile pic. Yeah, the only reason that's there is just because I have an empty square, because the game doesn't take up the whole screen. That's the only reason that's there. Like I probably would have put like the game cover or something. Like I see people doing stuff like that. I didn't ever want to put, like, I know a lot of people put, like, they mirror the chat on the screen. I know I didn't want to do that for my stream, so that wasn't an option for me. But yeah, the artwork, it worked out very, very conveniently for me. A lot of people add titles to their username like Doctor, but Agent isn't one seen too often. I see an Agent every now and then, but it is a little more rare. We would pass little comics that we drew, and we would pass a graphing calculator back and forth. We used the text feature in the graphing calculator to type like little stories for each other and pass them back and forth that were supposed to be amusing. They'd probably be eye roll inducing if they still existed, but you know, you can't really preserve stuff from a graphing calculator like that. Rush was getting frustrated with the birds in multiple games, so Mighty Collector threw that emote together. Birds are unacceptable. I remember the marathon night when you beat those two bosses. Oh, two bosses in Dark Souls? Oh yeah, I beat the Fire Sage and the Centipede Demon in one night. That was a good night. Hated doing nothing in Elden Ring. I almost gave up and stopped playing it. Yeah, I've got a pretty high tolerance. I have an abnormally high tolerance for going long stretches of time in games without making progress. I definitely understand why other people don't want to waste so much time. But since I can tolerate it, it gives me a chance. It gives me a chance in a way to highlight something a little different on our streams. To where like you can see like the like pure miserable experience. It's not always something interesting. Unfortunately, it's often not something interesting, but it is something different. And I do, like I said, my record is not perfect. I think my record is admirable, but I do occasionally ask for a little bit of help. Spending hours hitting every wall sounds like my first playthrough of some NES classics. Yeah, it really is like that, Greg. Raw weapons are so tempting at the start. Never thought of them as a noob trap. I still don't know if I fully comprehend why it's bad. Like, I know it says something about, like, it kind of negates the effectiveness of your strength strat. So every time I devoted a level up to the thought that I would do more damage, people were laughing at me. But it's alright, I made it to the credits. Frownie's the one laughing now. Not only did I beat Dark Souls, but I did it in the worst way possible. You don't see a lot of agents because agents are secret. That's good. Usually. Hey, since I've got a lot of people here, did anyone ever use? There's a particular slang term from when I was in high school that's used in the Agent Frownie comics all the time, and I wonder if anyone else used this word because I think it was kind of local to the area I grew up. But we use the word Debo a lot, and it had sort of a meaning, like I guess like D-E-B-O. I think it's how it's spelled. Would have been spelled, but it was a word we used all the time when I was in high school, and it kind of meant the same things as whack and pwned. So like you could say like oh, that's Debo for something that was of low quality or bad. Or you could say like if someone, you know, like tripped and fell down, you could say like, oh, he just got Deboed, like as a verb. But I've never come across anyone who used that word the way that we used it when I was in high school. So I don't know how geographically locked that term is. That's one I haven't heard. I've asked this on the stream before. I've asked this on the stream before because the Agent Frownie comics that we drew usually end with the last panel having the words "Oh, Deboed." But I've asked it before, but I haven't come across anyone else who was familiar with the word as we used it. And I know that I believe there's a character, I think in the movie Friday, who that's his name, is Debo, and I don't know if the term came from that character or not. I don't remember how everybody started saying it. Debo, yes, for the word or the character. I know I've seen that movie, but it's been decades. I don't remember anything about it. Oh, the one where the two bosses, Ornstein and Smo, yeah. My Ornstein and Smo victory in Dark Souls, I'm very proud of and will always pat myself on the back about it. My strategy was simply to go, oops, all arrows. And I fought them using nothing but the crossbow. And it took a couple nights, and when I finally beat them, it was an epic 50-minute long battle. But it worked. I also had to 200% Smo because I was attempting to execute a strategy where maybe I could avoid Phase 2, I thought, if I KO'd them simultaneously in Phase 1. Which I've since heard is impossible, but, you know, I didn't know at the time. I wasn't able to do it anyway, so it didn't matter. But I did take their health all the way down to, like, the last pixel before killing one of them, so then, well, before killing Ornstein. So then Smo got all of his health back, and I had to fight him again. That's part of why the battle was so long. And I almost died, a couple times. Even on my best run. Elden Ring's is open world, and Dark Souls is linear? I don't know. I don't... Dark Souls, I don't think, is super linear. You definitely have options, but you kind of have to be good to... You have to be really good to explore a lot of them. Agent Frownie, where a surprisingly jolly man stubbornly plays video games in the most difficult ways possible. I love it, Finn. I mean, that's a good description. I might need to borrow that to explain the stream. Feels weird to call myself surprisingly jolly, though. Angela says, good night, everyone. See y'all tomorrow night after my stream. Good luck with Battletoads, Frownie. Thank you, Angelus. Thank you again for the raid, my friend. I definitely appreciate you coming by and bringing your friends along. It's always a pleasure to hear what you're up to and get to enjoy your company. Good luck with the various games you're juggling, especially Circle of the Moon. And those dreadful Medusas. And we'll see you again. Borrow and edit away. Thank you, Finn. That's one I haven't heard. Oh, I think that for the Debo term. Decades? Yeah, I think it's been decades since I've seen that film. I mean, I might be rounding a little bit, but I think it came out quite a while ago. One up. No. Glad to help. Bye for now. Thank you, Angelus. It's alright. When I die right after getting a 1-up, it's not really like I lost a life. It's like I am just grinding some extra score. It feels weird to be able to talk about not doing something in decades. I'm there too. Yeah, the old clock only moves in one direction, eh? We're halfway there. We're halfway back to the Klinger Winger. Thank you for the GG. First snake reminds me of Superman. Those particular shades of red and blue. Very, very Superman. And this snake is 100% Freddy Krueger. Asteroid, snake, what else is this game gonna reference? You could probably find a lot of stuff if you watched it, like, really paying attention. There are quite a few things that kind of seem like other things. I don't know that they are all intentional, but... That's alright. That can make them... They're still just as fun to look for. No, I don't want to... I don't need to be falling apart. I need to waste these lives on stage 11. I don't need to waste them earlier than that. So my longest stream that I've done since starting the stream, the longest single night that we've had was a night of Metroid Dread. I went for like just under 11 hours, which, you know, I know a lot of people do like big marathon streams are longer than that, but 11 hours is the longest I've gone for in a single stream, and I might have gone longer too, but well, like 10:45. 15 minutes shy of 11 hours. I might have gone longer too that night, but something happened where Twitch was messing up, and I couldn't read the chat anymore. Like, people could still see the stream, but the chat wasn't populating in my window properly. So I was like, well, maybe I'll just call it a night there. And I had another night where we went for just over 9 hours, which is probably the second longest stream. I was playing Ninja Gaiden, And I would have gone on longer that night too, except my power went out. So, if the stream suddenly ends at some point, it's just because of the curse of the long stream. There seems to be a threshold where my luck falls apart. Twitch will twitch. It happens. It does happen from time to time. I'm not gonna complain too much. Because I don't want to anger my overlords. Things usually go fine. Things usually go really smoothly for the stream, but it's just sad when they don't. I have my own agent, Frownie. I may have accumulated some negative karma. I've been really lucky with the Inferno tonight. I know how to clear the Inferno, but I feel like I tend to have a lot worse luck than I've been having. I did struggle there a little bit on one of the other runs, but all in all, I think I've been getting through there pretty smoothly tonight, which is nice. That particularly that ending part, like, even though I know where, like, it's always the same. Like, I know you've got to be up at the top and then down at the bottom right afterwards. Even though, like, I know where I'm supposed to be, I have trouble being there sometimes. For whatever reason. I think it's because I don't move my ship early enough. I'm always worried about hitting the thing I'm currently moving through, when I should be more worried about the one that's still that's upcoming. I kind of think is like the heart of the problem for me. Go away, you slime. Oh no. No, I'm gonna perish. And I did. Yeah, I'm gonna go back down here for the stick. It's funny because they give you one of those sticks right at the very beginning of the level, and it took me forever to realize that that's what it was. I thought it was just a piece of decoration on the wall or something. Or really, I think I just didn't even see it. Like, I didn't even consider what it might be. Oh, cool. We didn't actually lose a life, because I can still get the one up. I like your strap for that one up, Shadow says. I was just talking about that earlier tonight. I was just saying, it took me forever to figure out how to get that one up. I said something about, like, I'm sure there's probably a prettier way to get it, but... that's the best I've been able to work out. Did you win? I have not won, Subject Omega. I'm letting everyone down. I'm trying not to, but it's a hard game. It's okay. I got the one up. It's okay. It's not okay. I think the game with the best bouncy platforms is actually Donkey Kong Country. The tires in Donkey Kong Country, they're super reliable. I never feel like I don't know how my jump's gonna go. That's the game I think of. Like, even Mario, which is so good at almost everything it ever does, right? Mario's like gold standard for so many platformer things. Springs and note blocks. They're not trustworthy. I don't like them. But the tires in Donkey Kong Country have always been good to me. These springs, don't like them. Don't trust them. They're frequently bad to me. You're still trying, so good job. Thank you. This is probably going to be our last attempt. We'll probably, raid out after this inevitably game overs. I mean, it's kind of okay that I blunder as long as I'm picking up that one up, but I would really like to not. So, see, that's not even okay at all. That's just the worst. Hey, this is some good news, though. Just Right, thank you for the raid. Just Right Gaming is here. Sovereignty Sama, good to see you again. Thank you for coming along. Tell us about your stream, my friends. What were you doing tonight? Just Right. What were you doing and how did it go? Le French Chef, welcome in. Thank you for coming along. The Last Starship. How is that treating you, my friend? Just Right has a very laid-back stream, my friends. He does a lot of PC games. He's been playing Skyrim. He is an expert at piloting every aircraft in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Don't believe any word that you ever hear contrary to that. All of the videos of him crashing have been fabricated. By bad actors. He's got a really great stream though. It's he's got a lot of music. He's a very talented musician. He does original stuff. And he also does like jazz covers, video game and pop music. You can usually hear it playing in the background on his streams. It's a lot of fun. Anything to the contrary is slander. Well, that's, you know, that's... I have to help protect your good reputation, my friend. Had a lovely time. Definitely didn't get myself blown up about 15 times. 5 times with rescued civilians. No, I'm sure that's untrue. Just right would never let anyone die on his watch. So we're playing Battletoads. I've been working at this for a while. I've never made it to the credits, so all of the 500,000 hours I've been playing Battletoads is still technically a first playthrough. My big obstacle is stage 11, the Clinger Winger. I have failed to figure out how to make progress past that level. I've failed to figure out how to clear that level, but I'm hopeful. I've done a couple runs tonight, and I had one where, you know, while I didn't beat it, I was doing better than I usually do. A couple people have let slip things that have sort of helped me out a bit. We do most things on the stream. I have a tendency to play everything very strictly blind, but I've been stuck here for so long that it's just become inevitable that a couple useful things have been slipped in the chat that that have given me the illusion of hope. I appreciate it. You never know who's out there trying to bring you down, Just Right says. You would have died 5 times in the time we had been moved by the raid. I'm an A-grade professional, and nothing bad or unexpected ever happens. Everything goes flawlessly. So I've gotten to where I can really consistently make it to stage 11. It's just the problem is when I get there, I bleed all my lives away in a matter of seconds. But we're hoping for a different outcome. I've been enjoying this game. I mean, I subject myself to it once or twice a week. Ever since the new year began, I've been playing this 2 or 3 times a week. We're actually playing it every night this week. I'm getting some consistent Battletoads practice in with the hopes that, you know, that pays off. So you'll be able to see a lot of Battletoads on the stream here currently. We're also juggling, I've got Contra Hardcore on the Genesis that I'm working through for the first time. So you might see that on the schedule. We're also planning to play... I've got this plug-and-play game called 50 Video Games Included, and it is a masterpiece. We're actually going to play some of that tomorrow. So if you like jank trash, then you'll be delighted by that. And we're going to do some C64 stuff on Friday. So that's the kind of stuff I've got going on. I just finished up my first playthrough of Dark Souls last week. It took me 200 hours, but I made it through completely blind. I never had to do any research. I never had to get any help, which is why it took me 200 hours. But I made it through, and I now have the worst first playthrough of Dark Souls to ever happen on record. Yeah, I like plug and play. Hey, Sir Punksalot, great to see you. What an early surprise. Yeah, I had a lot of raids come in, a couple very sizable ones, and people have been good enough to hang around and keep me company. So it's kept my spirit alive for struggling through some more Battletoads. I probably won't be around a whole lot longer tonight, Punk. I'm pretty much planning on this being the last attempt that we make. But I am glad you're able to drop in, at least for our couple more levels here. Yeah, tonight. That's how the clock works for me. It's still, what day is it? It's still Tuesday for me. Whatever day it is when I wake up, that's the day it is. And it stays that day until I fall asleep. So it's Tuesday right now. And if I fall asleep and wake up on Thursday, that just means there was no Wednesday this week. That happens sometimes. Frownie, the keeper of time. You know, time is all just a suggestion. Who is the calendar to tell me what day it is? It can be whatever day I want it to be. We're playing Warhammer Vermintide 2 before Just Right stream. I'm playing the Fire Witch. I usually end up overheating and killing myself. Oh no. For a lot of people, it's Thursday in like 10 minutes. Yeah. I can only speak relative to my own time, right? I can't keep track of the whole world. It's too big. Time is an illusion that helps things make sense. It can be whatever day I want it to be. Tell that to your boss when you end up late for work. Yeah, usually doesn't go well in a lot of contexts where I'm interacting with other people. Like Chanticleer. The morning doesn't come until the Frownie crows. Hey Tristan, good to see you. I have a condition that locks me into a 30-hour day. So I get the sometimes a day of the week just doesn't happen vibe. I think I read once they did a study where they basically put a whole bunch of people in a bunker with no access to clocks or like windows or anything like that. So they basically had no way of telling what time it was. and just sort of studied, you know, what their behavior was like. And they said, if I remember it right, they said that the overwhelming majority of the people fell into a 25-hour day cycle. Which is close to being convenient for our planet, but I'm kind of half remembering something that I read like when I was in middle school, though, so, you know, Agent Frownie stream is meant for entertainment purposes only and not meant to be a source of actual information on any topic. That's called a casino. Or the waiting room at any doctor's office. Frownie has approximate knowledge of many things. Hey, thank you for the follow, my new friend. Welcome to the stream, and I hope you're having a wonderful day. Very much appreciate you coming on board with us. Hi from Geelong, Australia. Hello. Welcome in, Skunky. Good vibes here. Thank you for streaming. Thank you. I try to keep things, you know, comfy and pleasant as much as I can. Uh-oh. Have you reached level 12? I have not. I have not, Arkanoid Addict. I've never cleared stage 11. The Klinger Winger is my Mount Impassable. But I feel like I got cheated by that rat. I was way too far ahead of him for him to be able to catch up like that. I know this stage better than that. He's not fooling me. Oh, I'm not giving up, though. I talk about giving up a lot. But you know I just can't do it. The game cannot defeat me forever. It can defeat me for long enough to make my victory completely meaningless. I think we passed that point like 400 hours ago. But it cannot beat me forever. No retreat, no surrender. It's a fun game, so like it's not the agony that it might seem like playing it. I remember doing jury duty. They took away our clocks in the hotel because they had radios. I had a slight loss of sanity because I didn't know what time it was. Rough. Music sounds almost like one of my tracks, Just Right says, but more hectic. If there was ever a stage that needed hectic music, this would definitely be it. This race is not good if you are trying to avoid anxiety. Oh. I thought I'd lost it, but I think that we've just barely clawed our way back. Go, 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 Toad, go! Victory! Definitely suits. Those runs really sound like one of the tracks on my NES album. Frownie give up on a game, inconceivable. It has happened a couple times. I think there have been 2 games that we've sort of officially given up on. And there's been other ones where I didn't sort of proclaim that I was giving up on it, but it's kind of clear that we're probably not ever going to beat them. So The Wonderful 101 is a game I officially abandoned. We played that like 3 or 4 nights. I wasn't having a lot of fun with it. I wanted to like it. I went in really wanted to like it, but I just wasn't having fun with it. And no one in the chat seemed to really be digging it, so that game we abandoned. We did the same thing with Them's Fightin' Herds, which I was a little bit more sad to give up in a way, because that game is an adventure game combined with a fighting game, and I really liked the adventure game stuff. I really hated the fighting game stuff, so I was sad to abandon that one, but we did. Dragon Warrior Monsters, I kind of accidentally abandoned. I didn't really mean to stop playing it, but I got distracted away from it for a while, and I really don't think we could go back to it at this point. Because it's an RPG, and it'd be hard to jump back into, like, after we made some progress. I'd have to restart it. And I still have Tasmania on the SNES, Arrow the Acrobat on the SNES, and Earthworm Jim and Double Dragon on the Game Boy to finish. Tasmania on the SNES, I don't think I'm going to be able to finish that game. Did you have to cut out the section on the stream the other day, or I did not flag it? So I don't know just right. I'm so behind in the archive of uploading my VODs. Like, I'm months behind. I'm still putting up stuff from December, so I probably won't know for a good while. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I'm trying to get that caught up. It's tough because I know there are people that watch and enjoy the stuff in the archive, but it's, you know, the live stream is my priority. No. Oh, I'm doing so bad. Escape the candy. This seems straight up impossible. It feels like it, Punk. It feels really bad. But I know that other humans have done it, so... I know that other humans have done it, so certainly I could do it too. Certainly I have enough humanity in me to pull it off. The My Little Pony fighting game looks like a solid enough fighting game. I haven't tried it, Subject Omega says. And I don't plan to, cause no. Yeah, I'm trash at fighting games, so a hover bike, a surfboard, a jet, and whatever this is, a unicycle. Just feels like it. You can do it. Thank you, Shadow. I mean, certainly I've got to be able to do it at some point. Part of what I'm doing now is after my stream is some of the admin side of things, Just Right says. I do it after every stream, but especially if you're streaming really late, it's difficult. I do the actual YouTube side of things the day after, Just Right says. Yeah, I could... I'd like to get into a pattern of where I'm working on... I'd like to get into a pattern where I'm working kind of the same way, but I kind of have to be caught up first, and yeah, it's a mess. Feels so bad when I mess up a turn and I know it. Play this enough and you know when you're messing the turns up. Yeah, I can kind of feel it sometimes. If only I had infinite continues. If only I had infinite continues, I could have just worked this out in one night. Definitely bedtime. Hopefully it's advanced Frogger goes well for you. I'll catch you again soon, no doubt. Thank you again for the raid. Just right. Always a pleasure being able to chat with you, my friend. I hope that you sleep well. Infinite continues. You mean the Toad code? I could never bring myself to use a code. I'm too stubborn and foolish. Good luck then. Thank you. Oh, I thought I was dead and looked away, and I was still at a little bit. I wasn't going to be able to save it, but... I've never noticed that the Toad's mouth is open on horizontals and closed on verticals. Alright, my friends. Once again, Battletoads defeats me. An attempt was made. That is what we can definitely say that tonight. An attempt was made. Never mention any quality of the attempt. Let's not worry about any of those details. Let's head out, though, my friends. I am worn down. It's been a massive stream. I've been very lucky to have so many of you here with me. Thank you very much. Everybody's been chatting with me tonight. It has been a joy to... Excuse me. It has been a joy to have you here. Thank you for the lurkers for hanging by, keeping me company. It's good to know that, you know, people are out there. Got the stream on in the background. Hopefully I've been swell company for you. We'll raid another channel. Let me just see who is live and what they're doing. Got a couple different options. Good run. Thank you, Shadow. Catch you next time. Thank you. Great stream. Thank you. Good morning and see you later. Thank you. See you next time. Thank you. Thank you, Subject Omega, Shadow, Punk, Greg, Bios. So many great people. Thank you for the raids. Just Right Gaming, Upside Down Matt, Sarconius, Angelus. And I believe Pally came in as well. Thank you, Pally. Z-Dog. We've had a lot of people come in. It was such a long night. I can barely remember the beginning of the stream. It's been so long. That's right. We were playing AO the Clown. It's always so very hard to decide who to drop in on. I'm spoiled for choice sometimes. Alright, I'm going to send this over to NatoFet. Unfortunately, I won't be able to hang around because he's playing Metroid Prime, which I don't want to have spoiled for me, but I do want to drop in and say hello to him. But I've never played it myself, and I definitely want to avoid the spoilers on that one. Nato's got a really great stream. He's got a very fun, sort of chill vibe, a little bit more active and animated than my stream. But still in the chill category. He does a lot of retro stuff. I wish he were doing something like that now. I've seen him doing Mega Man and Ninja Gaiden. He's just playing through the Wind Waker. I could hang around more for one of those, but it is what it is. Definitely you should come along and check him out. Nato is an American who lives in Japan, so you can ask him about Japan and get sort of a perspective of what it's like over there. You know, from an American's point of view. If you're curious at all about that, great. I've seen him doing 8-bit Mega Mans. Mega Man X would probably be the kind of thing he would do. Yeah, like Bella or Jeff. He's sort of in the same situation where he's lived over there for a while. I don't know that I've actually seen him doing Mega Man X. I saw him doing one of the 8-bit Mega Man games, but I'm sure he would do Mega Man X. I'd be surprised if he wouldn't. But anyways, thank you, my friends. Thank you so much. I really appreciated you. I should be back. Every night this week around 11 p.m. Central Time. It's Battletoads at the start of each stream this night. One run, and then maybe more Battletoads at the end if time and energy allows. Tomorrow night we're playing jank, broken plug-and-play games on a wonderful collection called 50 Video Games Included. Thursday night, we're going to play Contra on the Genesis, and Friday, Commodore 64 games. So maybe I'll get to see you for some of that or something else. Be well until that happens. I am all out of stream, my friends. It's time to head out. Let's go on an adventure.